Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Austin by Starlight, episode 28. Last we left off, our good friend Alistair Knight had met a lovely woman named Ophelia, who had a common contact in Alistair, and after some discussions with Alistair about her, the two have decided to sort of keep an eye on her. In which case, Alistair has made a point that some common interests between the two of them should be pursued, and thus introducing Ophelia to the rest of the coterie is a must. Meanwhile, the rest of the coterie, being Pax and Yvette primarily, were dealing with some hunger issues and the possible indecencies that come about with such things, as Yvette was quite hungry at one point during these last few nights, and Pax, being that she doesn't feed on humans, well, that just complicates matters. Not only that, but her one food source so far has thrown her out. So, we'll have to see what becomes of these kindred of Pygmalion as the nights go on. But, for now, we're going to join Alistair and Ophelia as they're still at the sort of modest haven, more or less, that the Tremere use as a meeting place in the city of Austin. To call it a chantry is to be accused of being Camarilla. But with these, they still meet together from time to time these nights, and so things generally are dealt with in this place. And in the sort of mundane library of this haven, the two of them stand together to go about the rest of their evening.
They're at the Tremere shared haven. So Ophelia is still kind of scouring about the books curiously. And she's been maintaining a slight conversation with Alistair, trying to get to know a bit more about him. At least that of which she could read or gather from him. So, Mr. Knight, how has your evening fared overall?
Well, things are usually not boring. I can't complain. Usually there's no point in it.
No point.
I see you are interested in many books.
Oh, yes. I enjoy learning about history, heritage, that kind of information.
I have a thirst for knowledge myself. I apologize for keeping you waiting. We can talk more in the car if you are ready to go.
Most certainly.
Very well.
I must say, I'm quite excited to meet the rest of the coterie. Pygmalion has a reputation, even so much as the individual members.
They are a capable bunch.
Truly. I suppose that's where I'd like to get to know them a bit more. Capable of what, per se? There is rumor, but how often is rumor the truth?
Well, I'm not one to tell tales, but I think it is better seeing than being heard of it. Making your own judgments.
I'm glad we agree. Oh,
I would lead Miss Lugosi to the car and open the door for her and get in my side.
why, thank you. Very gentlemanly. She
I
gets
try.
And so,
so.
go on.
Mr. Knight, maybe it's a little bit prudent of me to be asking this now, but I figured while we are alone, acquaintance and company of each other, I could get to know you more personally as well. I'm not sure how much you'd be willing to share, of course. But provided if there were any details you'd like to leave out from the photo.
Oh, I don't mind talking about myself to an extent, but I don't seem vain. What would you like to know?
I suppose it's, start with a simple one. I would be interested in exchanging tales of our embrace. Or at least how you've interpreted it.
That is easy. I am here because of that thirst for knowledge. Led me down a rabbit. And when I emerged, I am as you see before you.
A bit of an Alice in Wonderland, are you?
Well, I do think I'm quite pretty, but I don't know if I could pull off the dress.
Well, as I say, careful about where you dig, Mr. Rabbit. I myself, well, I was actually given the opera. My skills and expertise were sought after in this day and age. And I have a bit of a reputation myself. So rather than simply being whisked away, spirited out into this world, I was given a choice.
That is more than a lot of us can claim. You
It
are
is.
fortunate.
Yes. My sire is a gentleman, a man of honor and nobility, hospitality. I take great pride in it, for what it's worth.
It's a rare thing to hear.
Oh, so.
Normally, from what I've heard, we aren't given a choice. It intrigues me a bit. And I look forward to learning your capabilities as well.
Well, hopefully, considering our contracts, everything can be put to good use.
Yes.
And
Well, oh, sorry.
one more. Go right ahead, Mr. Knight.
No, I was going to say as we're turning onto the street, it don't judge a book by its cover when it comes to our house. It's a very
I'm the last person who would be judgmental in this sense. I can assure you.
You were saying though before I rudely interrupted.
I was just going to say, I take my deals, these little contracts of ours, very seriously. I want to make it very explicitly clear. Don't break it.
In this life, you are only as good as your word. That's something I have learned. I intend to honor our arrangement as the best I can. I am going to put my efforts into acquiring the skills to do so.
Fantastic. So good to hear. I'm very excited for this partnership, Mr. Knight. And with that, Ophelia will look out the window and see the Recovery Haven. Would this be the place then?
Yes.
My. What a nice spot it is. And she's going to look at it as like, just observing it as a piece of real estate as it is. Alistair, you can see her just analyzing, giving the up down. She kind of like scoots to the side to see if she can see a backyard. And then she turns back to you. If it's all right, I was wondering if perhaps I could also have a tour of the premises.
Oh, that would be easy. The curbside appeal needs some work, but I assure you everything else. If you'll come this way, the others should be around, save for one. She is usually busy.
And who might that be?
That would be Miss Deja. She has her own property to go.
Right. She has to manage that farm first. Yes, being
You
the
are
property
well
owners.
informed.
Being the property owner definitely has its weight of responsibilities. But I do certainly hope that we can call her soon.
Yes, I'm sure you will meet soon. This way. And I'll open the door for her to enter the haven.
And as they enter, Ophelia will hold herself at the doorway for just a moment.
Oh, would you like to come in?
Yes, please. And at that point, she will step through.
Meanwhile, Pax, Yvette, what have you been up to?
Well, go ahead.
Pax has been sitting upstairs. Maybe sitting down to read for one. She hasn't been. She's needed a bit of time to process everything. And it's getting real hard to ignore her current craving.
Because even when the hunger subsides, you crave it.
Although, on hearing the door downstairs, she'll start to make her way down.
Yvette will appear to be trying to end up packing up a few things. Trying to end up getting ready to step out to hunt again. Her blood is what sustains Mademoiselle Cosetta, and when Yvette is famished, it bodes ill for not just herself, but the coterie at large. So shocked she is to end up seeing the pairing who have just walked through the front door, observing Monsieur Knight invite this young woman inside. She shoots a curious glance at Monsieur Knight.
Ah, here's one now. I'll take a step forward. Mademoiselle, may I present Miss Lugosi? Miss Lugosi, this is Mademoiselle Yvette.
Mademoiselle Yvette.
Merci.
It's wonderful to meet you finally.
Finally, she corks her brow. Curious.
Certainly. I've received high praise of you.
I am honored to end up having you in our abode. Tell me, Alistair, how did you find such a lovely acquaintance?
I went to meet with my sire tonight and was introduced.
So, another member of Clan Tremere?
I think more of a business acquaintance.
Well, you speak very openly amongst Mademoiselle Lugosi's near presence. Am I ill-informed?
I
Sorry,
correct me if I'm wrong. Did
I
Miss
forgot to
Lugosi?
let you know.
Oh, sorry.
She turns to Pax. Pardon?
He called ahead.
And this must be
This
Miss
is Miss
Pax.
Cosetta.
Miss Cosetta. Wonderful meeting you as well. I've heard many tales of you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Ophelia will make a point with each introduction to shake both their hands. She does not blush of love.
Yvette will take that hand and shake it firmly, a soft smile upon her face upon greeting the Mademoiselle Lugosi.
My, what a powerful grip you have, Mademoiselle. It truly is an honor.
Well,
And Miss Pax, as Ophelia is shaking Pax's hand, Miss Cosetta. It is also an honor to finally get to know you as well. You're rather elusive for the assumed leader of Pygmalion.
I keep myself busy.
An important skill in the long stance of eternity.
Well, there's plenty of people that have my number. If you ask around enough, you're sure to find someone that knows how to get in contact with me.
Maybe so. But if I've learned anything, some kindreds like to be found.
That's fair enough. So,
So-
What brings it in?
Well, part of it stands that I am a representative of Baron Kane. It was presumed that I was Clan Tremere. I'd like to correct that now. I'm Clan Tsunitsu.
Amazing.
Correct. Along with that, I have brokered a deal with Mr. Knight. You see, we've made an agreement that his services as a Tremere will be offered in exchange for my assistance. And I assumed working with the rest of you would also be included in that, so pleased to make your acquaintance. Most of you. It is my regrets that I do not get to meet Miss Deja tonight.
It is difficult to get a hold of her. She has many separate interests beyond the coterie and responsibilities of domain.
Indeed she does.
However, I am curious. How is it we find ourselves with one of your particular lineage amongst our number? A member of Clan Tremere, Alistair's sire, if I am to understand this correctly, have introduced a dragon into our midst.
Correct. While it was a refreshing conversation to speak with Mr. Knight's sire, I'm afraid that I wasn't able to convince him on any particular workings. You can assume why. Previous circumstances regarding company from outside the city seem to have brought forth a bit of a tension. It was within my intentions to broker some sort of peace again. Mr. Knight has given me the honor of doing so.
Yes, you say.
Rekindle the relationship.
With whom, if I may be so bold?
Coffee, what was Alistair's sire's name again?
Wilford Godfrey.
Right, there we go, thank you. It seems Mr. Godfrey had misinterpretations about the rumors that had spread during that time. I merely wanted to make do.
She takes a moment to look to Mademoiselle Pax, letting her have the final word upon this.
So you're making peace with Mr. Godfrey? Oh, sorry, I'm not keeping up.
Making peace with the Tremere,
Uh,
or the inconveniences that transpire.
right.
That said, I brokered a deal, a trade with Mr. Knight regarding that. It is presumed, since he is a part of your coterie, that I will also be affiliated with the rest of you for a moment.
For a moment.
However long I can be useful. I am at your service.
You said you're, Missy, correct?
That is correct.
Isn't that, forgive me for asking, but isn't that the same plane as our dear Baron?
You would be correct.
And you are a rare breed. Am I making the correct connection here?
Supposedly. Within Austin, at least.
Forgive me so being so bold as to ask, but does that make you the Baron's child?
Very intuitive of you, Miss Cassetta. That would be correct.
And you just brokering a deal with Alistair here. No other thoughts or intentions behind it.
If you must know. Baron Kane is seeking for further integrations of unity within the domain of the barony by large. I'm simply going about and doing the representative work and brokering such peace with the rest of those in the city. That is the current plan, foreseeable in the next few months.
I think he's gonna need it.
And how do you figure?
How much do you know about me? About this coterie?
Let me see. Miss Cassetta, I understand that at one point you and Don Hernandez were affiliated. I believe that
At
is still
one
the
point.
case. It is to my realization tonight that Mademoiselle Yvette is known as Mademoiselle Yvette. Miss Deja, I have learned quite a bit about the circumstances that transpired in order for her to gain the domain that she holds. And she is within absolute rights to hold it. And Mr. Knight, well, I understand a few things about Mr. Knight's personality, but less so about his person.
That makes sense. Well, sounds to me like you've got your chickens in order.
It would seem. But this is all only surface level, I'm sure.
If my coterie agrees, I welcome you.
It is Very much appreciated, Miss Casetta. Ophelia will look to everyone else within the room, kind of waiting on their responses.
Yvette simply remains silent at Mademoiselle Cossetta's side, observing Mademoiselle Lugosi. Perhaps as a glint of suspicion, but is that really so out there given the recent night's events?
Ophelia, make me an intelligence etiquette.
Intelligence etiquette. I can do that. Bonk. 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 I'll take it.
Since Pax came down, Yvette has been beside her on a particular side. And by not adding to the conversation is allowing Pax to direct the conversation. And thus, in a sense, has already given her approval.
Ophelia, she's thinking to herself in her own minds. How unusual. Yes. Baron Kane did mention that she was a professional.
Highly trained.
Highly trained. But is it to lead or to serve? Right now it looks like serving. I've never met such a venture like this. Certainly not.
You've met Mr. Ball briefly, but I'll leave your first impressions of him to you.
Very different personalities, shall we say. Very different behaviors. Ophelia will fold her arms at this point, but not necessarily tightly, just very loosely. And she looks over to... she'll look over to Alistair. Well, Mr. Knight?
Well, my coterie mates are in agreement. I think that the foundation of a relationship could be built. And whether you prove to be friend or foe will be seen.
I'm glad to hear it. Miss Cassetta, thank you for welcoming me. I appreciate your hospitality. Please do not hesitate in letting me know if there's anything I might do for you.
We certainly appreciate it.
Mademoiselle Cosetta, now that introductions are finis, I must end up taking a moment to do my rounds. I will return shortly.
Do you need company?
No, I think it would be best to avoid any form of complication.
If you're sure.
Merci beaucoup. She takes a step to the side and begins to walk towards the door, giving a small nod to Alistair and Mademoiselle here, Lugosi.
Don't
She-
hesitate to call if you need anything.
She stops. I would suggest having a body bag and a shovel ready in case.
Always got that set up.
Appreciate it. Au revoir et bonsoir.
See you later.
And Yvette will take a moment to go hunting as she needs to get this blood situation handled quickly.
Okay.
I also gotta go to the washroom, so I'll be right back.
We'll take care of that in a moment. Leaving Pax, Alistair, and Ophelia.
Well, I think you wanted a tour of the premises.
Yes.
I would show around the first floor, the kitchen that we don't really use. You know, our sitting area, whatever else is there. I would not show the secret trapdoor to our basement yet.
Pax intentionally stands over it so that he cannot.
Even Alistair is not that stupid.
Weird question. Is it possible to see if I notice that Pax is like kind of positioning herself?
Yes, you may. That's gonna be make me a wits and insight. And Pax, I'm gonna call for a composure and subterfuge, and Alistair can assist if he has
'Cause he's
subterfuge.
directing me everywhere.
He definitely has subterfuge.
All right, then there's an assist.
Yep. You just to add to that.
Okay, it's 3 versus 3. Ophelia, you can't really. Nothing seems out of the ordinary.
It was merely a quiet evening.
Yes.
Slow is good.
Yes, I would lead Miss Lugosi upstairs. I would not show anybody's rooms, but I would gesture these are rooms where we can rest. This is an empty one should you have the need while you are here. And I would lead to my office.
It is
Pax
considered a
telling me-
guest room and occasionally is occupied by, at a random occurrence, occupied by, God, I
Deja?
forgot. No, not Deja.
Oh,
Lupe.
Muerte. Or Lupe.
Lupe.
La Muerta has her own situation covered.
I forgot about Lupe. I miss Lupe.
Ophelia will take a note of the small random trinkets left behind by Lupe. Are these part of the house?
Those belong to someone that occasionally stays here. This
I
is
see.
more of a guest room.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to intrude.
It is there for the service of whoever needs.
We are a rather open law in this coterie. Except
I thank you again. Should I need it, I will certainly find myself here. For now, I do have my own life.
Alistair would lead everybody to his study where there is some seats and numerous shelves of books and his desk. And
It's a
all-
bedroom converted into a study, really.
Yeah. He probably claimed the master bedroom to himself and sleeps on the couch. because he doesn't really care. He has his books and he's good.
Because what is comfortability when you're a dead thing?
Ophelia, not necessarily touching the books, but definitely looking closely at this library, kind of checks out the titles and different scriptures that she is able to read. I imagine some of it is in a completely different language, some or such. And I imagine a lot of them aren't even titled.
The one that he would stand in behind or in front of is there is a bookshelf behind his desk where you can tell there are leather-bound tomes and stuff that are definitely handwritten. And that is the only thing he's really shows any protection over.
You definitely have quite the collection, Mr. Knight. It's impressive.
Thank you. I've been working to curate something useful. It is forever changing and growing.
Sometimes leaving this room, sometimes we're tripping over them.
Well, I can research, get what I need out of them, downsize, and it seems a never-ending cycle.
Well, considering our happenstance within this coterie being so attached to the supernatural, ghosts and the like tend to be our main focus.
It is hard to sift through, frankly, what is bullshit and what is actual useful information.
Ever seen a ghost?
My apologies. Go ahead.
Ever seen a ghost?
Not that I'm necessarily sure of. If I did, I don't believe I'd know what I would be looking for.
Oh, trust me. If you'd seen one, you'd know it.
I'll have to take your word for it. I'm afraid I am not too familiar with the supernatural end of magic. Such things are... I've definitely heard of stories of which, but I'm not sure how much I believe them. It's hard to tell without truly seeing it. I understand there are some that can, but I'm afraid I'm far more grounded than that.
Grounded?
More material as opposed to ethereal.
Well, hang around us long enough and you'll soon see stuff.
Alistair will think for a moment. You'll see him kind of cross his arms and like stroke his chin, thinking for a second. And he'll turn around and start like running his fingers over the books, looking for a certain one. And he'll pull out one of his handwritten journals and walk over and present it to Miss Lugosi. Consider this a primer, in case we have to deal with it. I would like this back when you are done. It is basic information on spirits that die.
Oh my. And she will thumb through the pages, look over it, and try and absorb information quickly before turning back to Alistair. I thank you, Mr. Knight. I suppose with you providing me this information, it'll become relevant overall.
Well, I would rather you not walk into a situation without knowledge. It could be dangerous for the rest of us as well.
Pax leans over to him as he's talking and she goes, "Is this where we tell her the house is haunted?"
We could. If you would have visited our abode a couple of months ago, it would have been a completely different reception. The house did not take kindly to visit.
Really? So then there was a supposed haunting here, this property.
Not supposed. Very
They're
much
still
real. And still here. You will hear noises, things will move, but for the most part, it is a lot more docile than it used to be.
By what means? What changed
Like,
it?
like all
had-
things, you call in an expert.
had a friend from next city over. Came in and she helped us lock it down.
I see. And Pax, you see Ophelia fold her arms, or there's a furrow to her brows that shows that she's a little displeased, but still listening.
See, this house, before it came into our possession, belonged to another kindred. That kindred was known as what's the term? Organivore?
An organic one.
Yeah.
There was
Lots and
there was a lot of ill will built up in this town.
I believe Baron Kane has informed me once of their kind. Messy. Messy situation. I could definitely see that maybe perhaps given a demise such as that, it could cause a lot of resentments. It never occurred to me that perhaps that resentment could be trapped forever, longing, demanding, vengeful.
well, like the blood that spilled out of them. So the house took on its own life.
Monster house.
It really was. Was not fun pulling the splinters out.
No worries. I've definitely dealt with my own array of monster houses. I believe there is story within my clan. Something church out in San Antonio that is known as not visited. I'm not sure if it's necessarily for the same reasons, but I'm sure, as you know, property and lands and knowing everything about it tends to be a thing. Traditionally.
Always good to know where you're setting down roots
Absolutely.
and what's been.
Careful where you grow your garden. Where you plant your home. With that being said, if you're interested, if it's something that I can offer, perhaps I could get more in depth regarding the identity of the one who owns the property before, if that has been resolved.
Certainly. Mr. Ball did it.
whispering rather quietly, Miss Cassetta.
My apologies. I said Mr. Ball did do some digging, but not a huge amount.
In the grand scheme, it would satisfy curiosities, but I do not know to what ends we would use the information.
Besides to sate some curiosity.
Yeah.
Maybe it's something I can offer in my downtime. As a, just an extension of goodwill. There's perhaps a possibility that the individual still lives in the city.
It's always a possibility.
As a show of goodwill and good faith going forward for this kindred ship, I'll go ahead and perform that in my off time. I'll see what I can dredge up.
Might I just say that was a terrible pun?
Well, there is one warning to be had in that. Be careful of what you dig for, because you might just find it.
Certainly. I'm fully aware of that. I appreciate the warning.
No, no. I am glad that we had a great meeting.
Indeed. For tonight, is there anything I might do at the moment? Have you need of my services now?
I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
I do have a question. Oops. Do you know what the current is? Baron Kane?
You kind of cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What about
Do you
Gar-
know do you know the current relationship status between Baron Kane and Don Hernandez?
That's an intelligent politics.
Yes, it is.
I don't know that you would have been told right off the bat, but you might be aware based on rumors.
Apparently, I know enough.
There's always been fuel on that fire. But something about this year, it seems like things have gotten to a bit of a head, that if things aren't settled quickly when it comes to a peace of some kind, then it might boil over.
Well, since I understand that you might have some relationship with the Don Hernandez himself, I'd like to broker a sense of a trade in that information. I will tell you all I know, and you will let me know what you know. Okay?
Sure.
It's my understanding, tensions have always been strenuous at best between Baron Kane and Don Hernandez. It would make sense, two elders garnering for a sense of power. From what I understand, over the course of the past year, this has grown increasingly fierce, this tension, this rivalry that they share. And since the visitors from San Antonio, as you know, I'm seeking unity between the others of Baron Kane's domain. In a sense, he's preparing for any sort of retaliation.
Not long ago, there's a meeting between Boss Hernandez and a couple of kindred from San Antonio. Baron Kane was also brought to the fore, brought to stand in. The meeting probably could have gone better. Wasn't terrible, but since I've continued working for Boss Hernandez, very recently, I seem to have fallen out of disfavor.
Was it due to the meeting?
No. No, it was not. Due to my own mouth. That being said, Baron Kane should
Baron Kane should have what?
Baron
Microphone is shitting
Did
the
I-
bed again.
Expect things to ramp up soon.
Okay, there we are.
Ugh.
Welcome back.
Expect things to ramp up soon.
It is presumed. It is my concern. There are, well, understandably, there are many kindred within the city, by large, who are prepared for any sort of infighting. There are many who ultimately do not wish to take sides. I'm not asking very many to do so, not even Pygmalion. It's more so that I'm able to help provide for any altercations that might transpire. As you see, it is part of Baron Kane's hospitality that those who find themselves within the land he claims to some degree, the land he has settled, in the city he has helped raise and build, that they are comfortable and they are seen to, regardless of his own rivalries or tensions. Now, provided, I'm sure that's not what it seems. So take it as you will. For now, where I stand is just interpersonal. Between individuals, between different kindreds. And while I might go to beseech clans by large, lot of it has to do with perhaps my own naivete. I admit I'm still learning that there are differentiations. You have to take everyone as they are. And everyone has different needs. Everyone has different requests.
Any particular requests that have caught your eye recently?
I don't know. Is there coffee?
By request, what do you mean?
Has Ophelia received word from anywhere that there is like a particular kindred needs or has been seeking out Baron Kane's help on something? Because the way that their interactions work right now is that he very much has her going around and doing all of this other work. While he prepares for himself for anything.
Right. That's gonna be... I'm going to say that that is going to be a... What kind of role should I... Because I think I want to make that more of a retroactive. This is what you've already heard.
Resolve politics? Sorry.
No, charisma. Because it's going to take some charisma for someone to admit that they're not doing so hot. So charisma and streetwise. Yeah.
I got you thinking.
Making me do the thinky bits.
Oh. Well, I don't know shit. Oh, that's... I don't like those double ones.
Those double ones are not in your hunger dice, so that's not a compulsion.
Okay, that's fine then. I'll just...
It is just a... I don't know shit. Not that you would ever admit that, would you?
I mean... It hasn't been brought to Baron Kane's attention. And it hasn't been brought to my attention. However, it's certainly why I'm here now.
Are we the first group you've talked to?
Ophelia looks to Alistair. Well, I certainly spoke with Mr. Godfrey. And I have also spoken with Mr. Ball.
No one else besides them, huh?
The work has just begun.
You know what? I think we can help you.
You're proposing a mutual partnership in that regard.
Absolutely.
Miss Cassetta is most appreciated on that note. Though I do believe we should negotiate the terms of that. I don't want to burden you with such matters.
Sounds like a plan.
Fair enough. The other groups that I've in need of acquaintance, as of right now, includes the Nosferatu, though I don't have any names. So, as it stands, I'm afraid that's mostly where I'm going to be making statements.
Alistair, won't you work on something with the Nosferatu?
Yeah. And he still kind of has his arms crossed, and he'll start kind of like scratching the back of his head and thinking for a second. I think since you are very into making deals, we might be able to work something out.
And that's certainly good to hear.
Let me
Sight.
think on this tonight, and after I handle a couple things in the early evening tomorrow, we shall meet up and discuss terms.
Very well.
On that note,
Beforehand,
okay.
Ophelia will actually pull out a little journal. The same one, Alistair, that you saw her pull out before. She'll write down the terms of this instance, this favor here. I'm presuming that in exchange for this acquaintanceship, in exchange, I will offer an acquaintanceship myself. Should you need it, I can arrange for a meeting with Baron Kane at any time.
Sounds like
That might work, but I was thinking more of a help with a problem, services for an introduction. Depending on what your skill set is, it might make it easier.
I see. So you are considering this part of our previous transaction then, Mr. Knight?
No, this is individual. I would not take an advance on something that would that I have not provided for yet. I will not write checks that my ass cannot cash.
Very well. And with that, I suppose we will have to see for now. You'll have to pardon me. I like keeping record of it.
As I said, let me think tonight and try to come up with some plan. And we can lay our cards out on the table tomorrow night and discuss terms. And should we be able to find a agreeable position for both of us, we can get some things done. At the very least, if it is not within the scope or interest of what I have in mind, the previous deal you offered would be acceptable.
we'll negotiate it.
Very well. I'm certainly open to renegotiating what previous terms have been stated, as long as everything is of convenience to you.
I hope that we can be of convenience to each other.
Very accommodating.
It is what these meets tend to be.
I'll look the
And-
packs. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but I've always only ever tried to be useful.
Wasn't referring to you. I was referring to her. Keep up, Alistair.
Hey, I'm stupid.
On that note, we're going to swing over to Yvette. Yvette,
Please, no dark dice. Please, no dark dice. Please, no dark dice.
No dark dice, I can guarantee it.
you are out feeding. And I really liked what you did by implementing a certain role on the last episode of I wanted to call it Edmonton, but it's not Edmonton, it's San Jose. Where you're kind of sniffing out what you're looking for. So let's see how well you do on a resolve and awareness.
Two.
It's 2. And the difficulty for finding what you're looking for, is that 2 or 3?
Difficulty 4 or more.
Ah.
So it's actually difficult to end up doing so on a whim, but
if you that does tell me that if you were to feed tonight, it wouldn't be according to your tastes.
yeah, don't have a choice. Gotta try it.
Okay. All right. So we do have 4 on. Ooh, that's actually a messy crit, my friend.
And I can't change that.
No, we can't.
Welcome to my world.
So, you find the perfect vessel. The perfect person who is healthy, they're fit, they smell almost right. They smell almost like there wouldn't be any kind of drawback. So you're willing to risk it. You're willing to risk it on this person. Maybe they'll fit, maybe they won't. Maybe they're just on that edge where you are involved in their personal lives in this neighborhood just enough to make it count. You do know you have to be integrated into their life somehow, but how long that takes is completely up to the other person. And this person's always been a little bit of a standoffish and aloof sort of neighbor. Doesn't really give much in edgewise, so it's hard to read. Always got something to do. And so when you do have a moment, this is the moment. This is the moment where you feel like you've done just enough. And so when you go to sink your teeth in, it's not quite your taste, but it's not gag worthy either. It's right there, kind of in the middle, where I'm not going to make you spend willpower for it. It's not your preference, but you don't like it anyway, because it's not right, but it's tolerable. It's edible. But when you sink your teeth in, you're almost overcome with the want to drink deep. You kind of have this urge to really pound it into his head that if it wasn't for the fact that you are doing so much for this goddamn neighborhood, that he'd probably, and you mouth off certain, it may be in your head, maybe out loud, certain things that you're thinking about this person. And so you are under the what is it? What is it called? The one where you have to domineer over someone.
Oh, you're talking. Are you talking about the dominance compulsion, or are you talking about
Yes.
the venture
Dominance.
specific?
Like
Okay.
you want nothing more than to just simply show him who's boss. And you want to gloat about it. So you are able to feed. I'm gonna make this a difficulty 1 frenzy check.
Very well.
Because I'm feeling generous.
And humanity 6.
So you're in complete control of yourself. But you just you just want to make him feel as small as possible.
I am in this conversation. It's not to my particular proclivities. I find myself frustrated with him,
That everything that he says is just wrong.
and I
And
find myself lunging upon them, silencing them with fangs. When I end up here finally taking my fill, I choose to fill more than I normally would. He upsets me, and so I will feed upon him. And it's so difficult not to take to the last drop.
take it all. Take it all.
Disgusted by his behavior. So ingesting more of him into myself would be unsightly. So I take 3. When he falls to the ground after I lick the wound, I look at him as he perhaps gasps, telling him to forget. After seeing him coming out of his haze, perhaps the pain of his heart palpitations, I look to him.
You have no empathy for him.
I grab hold of his phone. It's a cord phone, so old-fashioned. A recluse, what use do they have for cell phones in the modern age? I look to him. Oh my, you seem to be having... Are you alright? You having a heart attack?
Oh, my chest hurts.
My, oh my, if only somebody were here to end up helping you. If only somebody, she picks up the dial, could actually end up helping you. But no, you are dismissive. But you don't need my help, do you? I unplug the phone, begin walking to the door.
Wait, what? Help.
Help you. She walks back to him, dropping the phone on the ground. Help you.
I can't breathe. Please. Please.
I only wish you would remember this moment. She plugs in the phone, places 911, and has him begin the call. She crouches down, watching as he begins to make the call. a small smile as she watches him ride. He's a choice to live
He's
or die.
pathetic.
No dignity in this whatsoever. It is unfortunate, but I stare at him. And after I've had my fill, watching him writhe, how he begs me to end up allowing him for help, I place my hand over the receiver. Simply say, forget, and begin to walk away. I'm sure that they will find him having heart palpitations. The ambulance will arrive soon, but no one will know I was here. You will never remember this. Simply an unfortunate. But I feel his blood. Feel whole. There is a refreshing sensation as I begin to walk, feel the night air and appreciate it. Licking the remains from beneath between my fangs, I savor it a moment. Then she thinks back to Pax.
Pathetic.
Pathetic. But I am here to assist. Why do I lower myself to such things? She thinks of this, ponders it. After having just a moment of feeling whole, powerful. In truth, it is akin to being reborn.
This is my true station. My true calling. She asked it, why not take it? But that little voice that pushes you to be that indignified beast is quelled with the hunger. And perhaps the truer and true nature of Yvette comes back. This servant, not the leader, not the tyrant, the servant, always the servant.
I start making my way back to the Coterie Haven. There's so much more to do.
Always so much to do. I think that is where we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we will start a new night for our Coterie Pygmalion. And we'll see what new frights and sights might await them. Be right back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to Austin by Starlight, episode 28. Last we left off, the coterie in full had now met Ophelia Lugosi, and with her propositions of deal making and offerings of this and that, the remainder of the coterie, being Yvette, went to feed for the remainder of the night, and upon finishing that, has Pax to feed now. Now, Pax doesn't feed like normal vampires. She feeds on the blood of other vampires herself. It's always been that way. It's never been anything different. She was never taught any different. And so, in that regard, Yvette is making her way back to the coterie house to meet up with Pax. Alistair has dismissed himself to his own comings and goings, and Ophelia has left for the night, as she has other things to do before coming back in the early evening the following day to fulfill on some of their promises to each other. So Yvette, you're headed in the direction of Pax's room. I'm sure she's up doing something at this point.
I take a moment at the door to collect myself before giving it a soft knock to announce my presence.
Come in.
Stepping inside, she closes the door and locks it behind her. Mademoiselle
fine. Should find Pax sitting on the bed, flicking through a medical journal.
Qu'est-ce que c'est ça?
Sorry, what?
What are you looking at?
Medical book.
And why is that? She approaches, then leaves herself at ease, hands behind her back as she stands only a meter away from Mademoiselle Cosetta.
It's a distraction. And it's always good to know how the body works.
For your particular practice?
Yeah.
It is time for you to feed.
Right. Time to feed the water.
She takes off of her overcoat, places it upon the side of the bed, and sits at Mademoiselle Pax's side. Does not draw her weapon. She simply leaves it in her shoulder holster as she offers an arm to Mademoiselle Cosetta. Still very observant, cautious, but she's sure to end up being able to reach the pistol with her other arm in case the worst were to happen.
Pax would take a risk, and she'd hesitate a moment. You've gotten a lot more relaxed.
The way I see it, if you finish the job, it will put you in the good graces of your Don. You could deliver what's left of my carcass to him and square everything away.
Yeah, but then I'd have to deal with your voice at the back of my head for the rest of eternity, and I really don't want to do that.
It's already there enough as it is.
All right. And she bites. It's gentle. It's not. She's gentle with her bite. She's not looking to cause any harm with it. And she's going to take 1 or 2 dots, which however much your vet allows.
How much are you taking?
2 dots then.
Very well.
Even with it gentle, Yvette, it still feels like part of you is leaving. It still feels like part of you is being taken away. Every time she does. Every time she takes a piece of you. How much longer can you let her do this? Taking every little piece until there's nothing left.
Maybe that's the point. Yvette, at this point, will take a moment for trying to gently lift Pax's bangs away. Delicate, as one would a cherished flower, or something also delicate and prized. I think that is enough, mademoiselle.
She gives a little nod. Licks the wound clean. Sits up.
Oh, it's so tempting every time, Pax, to take every little bit of her.
It is. It's
How,
always tempting.
how good it felt to have consumed a complete being.
There's a certain strength in Yvette's blood that I haven't tasted in anyone else. It's an almost addictive feeling. Not like Boss Hernandez's, where he could just float in oblivion for eternity. No, 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 no. Her blood is like a bulwark. It's strong. And when I take it into me, it's like I get some of that strength.
That you could tackle the world if you needed.
Like I could tackle the world if I needed to. Seems almost a waste. That she, with this flavor of blood, seeks to follow when she could take the whole world and make it her own. She doesn't want to do that. I mean, she'd suggested it at one point, which I vehemently argued again, because it would have gone against Boss Hernandez.
Is that really such a bad idea now?
Sorry to cast me aside. But there's still a part of me that worries. I mean, he still got Julian. Still got. He's still got my father. Still got Maurice.
My soul.
Still got a bit of. Yvette, when you first came to us, you suggested an enterprise that would stand against Boss Hernandez.
No. I had suggested an enterprise that would allow you to, perhaps over the long term, be able to end up solidifying your own position. You were the one who pointed out that it went against Boss Hernandez. I had no knowledge of such a thing.
Would you still be interested in taking part in that?
Not as it stands now. The table has changed.
Indeed, it
Um,
has.
I am more aware of the situation. Why is it that you ask this, Mademoiselle Cosetta?
Just my brain running away with me.
You are angered.
What do you mean?
The moments of uncertainty, your mind floats back to Boss Hernandez. You still see him as the figure in your mind where you must go towards, whose interests you must abide. Even now, when he has cast you aside, there is a part of you that wants things to go back to normal, where you were in his good graces. You still want to taste his blood. You still wish to hear him say, "What a good job you've done." To feel as though your heart would flutter as though you were mortal. To end up knowing a place and the certainty of it all, rather than cast and fluttering in the wind. To feel as though the earth itself had been taken away from beneath your feet. That gravity no longer applies to you, and that you may tumble outward into the night, into the vacuum of space. And the appropriate response you can think of is rage. How unfair it is. How you thought you could do everything right, and what a fool you were. And yet, as you try to muster such anger, turns back to him, and then it melts away, if only briefly, as though you have to remind yourself that you should be fearful, that you should be enraged. And so you feel trapped between these two lines of thought. Both are true.
You know the feeling.
We.
How did you break free of that? You traveled across ocean to get away from, and I can't even consider leaving this city.
Yvette looks to her body, to the mirror in a room, to end up seeing the tattoos that end up garnering her body a great serpent that has been added on and adding on. She considers for a moment the tale of her own embrace, and then stops.
What a beautiful night that was.
To be shot 3 times in the heart. I started with the benefit of being a agent who was away for weeks at a time. When I was embraced, the bond was strong, but my purpose had not changed. What had changed was how I must go about things. I could not go out during the day. Travel at night would be difficult. More logistics needed to be considered for me to continue. And yet I did. And then an encounter with a member of the ministry. They were angry with Jacques and myself. France at the time had a large member of the ministry struggling for control. You see out there, they are closer to their homeland, and so they are far more numerous than they are in America. And they have long memories. I was injured. So much so, I feared true death. And so I found myself gorging on whatever I could, slowly nesting myself, but in no position to be able to end up contacting him. I desperately tried. By the time I put myself together enough, it had been quite some time. And I remember things I had done, the things I was made to do. And I knew I had to escape it. But the anarchs in the old world, they have long memory. Not like you Americans. Here, it's as though a new kindred could pop up at any moment. There, it is very, very cautious a thing. So I fled here, where I could try to start anew. Even now, I can defy him, certainement. I am what one would say is free of the bond. In truth, I still think of him fondly, even after all he has done, though I know I should hate him so. I made time. I made distance. And perhaps now you understand why it is I would not face him alone, if I could help it.
Certainly understand now.
What I do for you, Mademoiselle Cosetta, I do for Coterie and for our Baron. I believe that you, without the dawn, can aspire to be so much more. But that is on you to decide. It is not my fate to tell you, nor the Baron's, and not the dawn's. Consider for a moment that we now have the childer of the Baron lurking amongst our walls. What am I to think of this?
Were you surprised that I let her in?
No. I think it would have been more foolish for you to not. But those of the oldest clan, they are a... Yvette pauses for a moment. They are an old rival. I had been warned several times of not just the ministry, but of the Zemisi, of dragons. I do not know much, but I know this. They are referred to as fiends, devils. Consider that carefully, with one so quick as to ask for a deal. I will assist you in all I can, Mademoiselle Cosetta. But I must also warn you. Alastair is quick to trust because he does not know. You are cautious without reserve. I can be neither. She stands, grabs hold of her jacket, starting to put it on. You asked if I would be interested in executing that plan. I will get to work on one that is more tailored to your liking, if that is what you wish. But the details of which I cannot be completely forthright. Not with you in your current condition, as vulnerable as you are. You understand, oui?
Yeah.
Then I will begin. So, go ahead.
Certainly understand. But
Only if it's what you wish.
it wasn't for you to set something up. It was
what?
just. I was thinking on the strength in your blood.
Makes sense given your feeding proclivities.
Yeah,
You're asking why I do not.
that's the crux of it. You make an active choice to not take control, to not run things the way that you'd like them run. You let me take the lead. One of the things about you that makes you the most dangerous.
How so?
Because, but you don't. And I don't think that me or anyone else in this coterie realizes just how easily you could take that. I mean, I have some idea, but you don't. You choose to stand by quietly.
I choose to try and assist where I can. In truth, I could do exactly as you state. It would not be difficult. I have never dared to test my full capability because I know it echoes that of my sire. It is of She pauses for a moment. She thinks it over. I have but a handful of years left. Only maybe 5, 7 if I am incredibly cautious. To do the one thing I was never given a choice to do. After that, I can at least say, Mademoiselle Cosetta, that I at least tried to have a life. If that were gone, I don't know what kind of monster would end up arriving the next night. But I would not lie to you, Mademoiselle Cosetta. More than once, I have thought of my capability of bringing Monsieur Knight to heel. to have him broken and understand his place. I have thought of how to stop you from ever seeing the dawn again. How to deal with our guest down below. How to remove the dawn. And I already had a plan when I ended up meeting our newfound friend. That is what I do. That is what is in my nature. To know how to analyze a threat and bring it to heel. To make it operate as it needs to. For a greater vision. And every moment I mindfully tell myself, no. This is Mademoiselle Pax's, Mademoiselle Cossetta's decision. This is Monsieur Knight's decision, and Mademoiselle Deja's decision, Baron Kane's decision. Because I allow it to be their decision. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Good. She starts walking towards the door. Do not make me regret allowing someone to have a decision, Mademoiselle Cossetta. I am trying to know what it is to be an arc. Steps out of the room without so much as a goodbye, as she knows she will end up seeing Mademoiselle Cossetta soon. For now, she believes she will simply go to Dale and Chris. Perhaps feed a little bit upon Chris. Or Dale. Familiar taste. Small amount of joy in her life. Where predator meets the matron.
And of course, Dale is always happy to see you. Always happy to indulge you when you want a sweet kiss on the neck.
I will only take one from my herd for now.
Okay.
For emergency purposes.
Fair enough. And soon, you are sequestered off to your own room. God forbid that damn snoring. And the day comes, Dale and Chris go about their daily lives. You slumber in your own room, as do the other kindred of this coterie, in their own spaces, their minds dead to the goings on around them, until night falls once more. The sun goes down behind the horizon, and our kindred wake up one by one. I would like everyone to make rouse checks. Oh, Mr. Gosi, you are very hungry, Everyone is very hungry today. Whatever meal was last had has lost its satisfying nature. The waking and the reanimating of your stiff bones and muscles takes that little bit of extra effort. But you wake and are free to go about your business this evening, doing your daily routines as usual. Yvette's coming to the coterie house and cleaning her tools of the trade. Alistair doing some research on a specific politician this evening as part of his usual reading and researching. So what are you trying to find out, Alistair?
I am probing for. I'm researching general knowledge and probing for weaknesses. Does he have any, like, things that I could exploit? Like, the first thing that comes to mind is, actually from a movie, like, a politician that was very much for moral order and stuff was caught doing things that was very much not for moral order. So
Very
I'm looking for
antithesis
things
to his policies. Yes.
Yes, I'm looking for what does he stand for? Does he have family? Is he a happily married man? Things, anything that can give me insight to this man.
Okay. At a cursory glance, public knowledge is he is running for senator in the upcoming November elections. He would be a first-time senator. He has not run in the race before. He has, a lot of really good, depending on your depending on your swing of things, he seems like a pretty upstart politician in that his policies are very city and state oriented. He's very much about, public safety, about, playing to the moral platitudes of his constituency. It probably makes sense that he runs with the majority party in the state of Texas. But that's what you find at a cursory glance. And you see that there are promotional ads that he's posted. There's things that he's posted on social media. And a lot of that seems to be in line with his stated beliefs and policies that he wants to see passed. And so to dig deeper into that, I'm going to need a resolve and investigation. You're looking to read between the lines to see
for intelligence.
looking to read between the lines. Intelligence would be based off of your own current knowledge. This is you're finding out more, learning more.
Gotcha. It's risky. It's risky, but I need to know this for future things.
Yep.
I'm going to rouse the blood for it.
Exactly. Is he the kind of the kind of person who sticks to his guns, or is he the kind of person who is the antithesis of what he represents? Let's find out.
Only 4.
Now, Alistair might have his own moral scruples, of course, and there might be some things that he's posted on social media that kind of butt up against your own morality. But, nothing too nothing too egregious to suggest that he's despicable in nature. So you're not really finding anything as far as like material that you could use to leverage against him, but you do find out a good number of you do find that that he often is seen, participating in because he's from Austin. He's participating often in city politics, and so he can often be seen, at like town hall meetings and things like that, like city council meetings, things like that. He's often seen there, and in public with his wife, and he doesn't have kids, which is an odd thing, but he doesn't have kids. He's otherwise looks like a fairly typical individual.
And two things stand out to Alistair. With his obvious serving of the public, there's one avenue to attack him. Or through the devoted family man aspect of his loving wife always being on his arm.
Well, it's obvious that his opponents have been using smear campaigns to try and badmouth him, but a lot of the smears that they've made have readily been debunked.
We will have to form something a little more concrete.
Yeah, so you still get more surface level stuff, the typical stuff that you would find about a public politician.
Yeah. I think I have something that I can work with.
You at least know where to find him most of the time.
Yeah.
Question is, he's always there during the day.
Well, for what Alistair's cooking up in his head, he might not even need to meet the man to do what he's thinking.
What are you thinking? What are you conniving, Mr. Knight?
I'm thinking of visiting a acquaintance of ours who knows the business and dealings of the city very well, and to inquire if he can help in forming a paper trail, possible embezzlement or wrongdoings, to anonymously donate to the local news organizations. I think a trip to Mr. Ball.
A trip to Mr. Ball is in order. Well, we can get to that in a moment, as you are satisfied for the moment with what you found. Ophelia, what are you doing this early evening?
As of right now, I am intending to do a small bit of research regarding the property that the coterie lives upon. I'm interested in knowing a bit about the history, who owned it, who was involved, land rights, etc., and just kind of get an idea of where that backtracks. Because it is early evening, I was wondering if it was possible that I could call in an informant of mine in exchange for money.
And who is this informant of yours?
The county clerk.
The county clerk. Yes, the county clerk sees a lot of paperwork every day about everything.
And certainly she would have the records.
Certainly. So, I will allow that to be... You're looking into the history of the home, so this is going to be a resolve plus academics plus your contact dots.
Understood.
since you have a person who is specifically versed, you're getting their assistance.
Yes, and I also have one more thing.
Sure.
I have a specialty in property law and academics.
Yes, this would be applicable.
Wonderful. Resolve. Can be cleric and specialty +2. Not a whole lot, but I assume that this is going to be several days worth of work, so several days I plan.
What you find initially is that this house has traded hands several times. It's been bought up by a couple of individuals. It's been bought up by a couple of businesses for rentals. It's been bought up by management companies. More than usual over the last decade. Usually you see a property switch hands on a specific average when it comes to, property sales and things like that. This is more frequent than normal, far more frequent than normal, because it's changed at least 10 hands in a decade.
Going back in that history of the certain hands that change.
You're sounding a little muffled. I'm not sure what's changed.
Oh, sorry. Referring back in that history of the different hands that changed, at what point did it start? Is that something I can see?
It goes back at least a decade, according to the city records. She'd have to dig further in order to know how long it goes back. So that would be an additional day for your contact to get back to you.
That is perfectly fine. We have all the time in the world. Thank you very much. I appreciate your assistance in looking into this.
Is your mic pointed in the right direction? I don't know. It still sounds muffled.
I think my mic changed.
That sounds better.
Oh, God.
There.
Hey.
For some reason, the word keeps changing where my mic is.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, that's better. That's much louder than it was.
As I said, thank you so much, darling. I have all the time in the world. I appreciate your assistance for now, and I will be getting back to you shortly.
She gives you the usual goodbyes, and you are free for the rest of your night.
All right.
Then there's Pax. Pax, what are you doing this evening?
Wait.
Oh.
Was I going to get a chance to feed, or no?
Oh. Yeah, we'll get to that in a sec.
Okay.
I would need one as well.
Yeah, because that's coming up next.
Pax is gonna send out a message to what's his name? I'm blanking.
Maurice? Julian?
Julian. Just checking in on him. And she's actually gonna ask if he wants to meet up for a coffee.
He doesn't answer you immediately, but then responds with a little later in the evening, a little later that hour, that he'd love to.
Awesome.
Must have got caught up on something.
She asks him for a time and a place.
And he goes and he tells you one of the city's most famous coffee shops, and tells you in an hour.
She says she'll be there.
All right. Well, now we have a couple of kindred who need to feed as well. So, who's all feeding tonight?
Right here.
As am I.
Yeah, you better take a shot at that while the gate's open.
All right. So we've got some kindred who are on the prowl, each probably separately in their own domain. So we'll go from the top. Yeah, Ophelia.
Mm.
What
Presumably,
do you do to to prowl around for feeding?
well, typically I like to get in touch with clients. Or, more precisely, potential clients. And I have to specify that I am particularly interested in men. There's a reason for this. And no, it's. It's not just because I like them.
No, I'm sure that there's a pretty particular reason. You just don't want to share right now. So, Miss Lugosi, are you feeding in Baron Kane's domain, or are you feeding on the Pygmalion domain?
I have not been given sanction in Pygmalion's domain,
No.
but I imagine I have been in Baron Kane's.
So in his immediate area, it is going to be a difficulty 3.
Oh, how generous. I think I got it.
Yes, you did. That is 5.
Wonderful. I find myself in the more luxurious parts of Baron Kane's domain. The houses are tall and luxurious. There is age and buildings that seem to have been doctored in over the course of the years. As I go about my business, I find myself in the company of a middle-aged gentleman. He's somewhat grizzled over the years, but he claims that once upon a time he was a family man. He owns his own house, you see. And I make it a point to go ahead and see if there's anything I can do to help him refinance his home. I offer him my card and bring him on back to a private area where we can make more specific discussions.
Your own office.
Correct. And as his interest comes to bear, as do my fangs. I will take 2 dots, and from that, I return to him. Sir, you seem to be a little bit doozy there. If I might, could I offer you an Uber home? You seem to have drank a bit too much.
Just lightheaded.
No matter. Please, allow me to offer my own services just as an individual. Be a good Samaritan here. I'll go ahead and call you a cab, okay?
And thus you do, and he is whisked away.
Wonderful. With that, now at a more refreshing position, I go ahead and make a quick email to Mr. Knight. Hopefully it sends to his phone, but it's a simple question. Shall we meet tonight? I do believe we have an appointment, but no arrangements have been made. I'm ecstatic to hear back.
Well, that brings us to Mr. Knight quite neatly, doesn't it? Mr. Knight, you are out prowling. Prowling the university grounds, pretty typically. looking for a knowledgeable student. Someone who's eager to share their knowledge and learn more about this or that. So, why don't you make me a hunting roll?
Sorry, I had someone for a second. I do have to roll a rouse check for the last thing I forgot to, in fairness. Thank God. Given at my current hunger state, though, I don't think I would use my usual feeding habits for fear of hurting a student. I think I would cruise for something else.
Okay, how are you going about hunting? It is still a hunting roll.
I would be trying to perhaps pick up someone at a bar or a local place of people meeting.
So more of a seduction sort of style?
Yeah, more of a seduction sort of style.
Okay.
Using my looks and my, charms.
Okay. So that's going to be a charisma subterfuge roll.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, that'll do it, but I'm gonna need a difficulty 2 frenzy check.
I will do. I would have taken them somewhere secluded.
Where is this secluded place?
Perhaps down by the water somewhere, or like in a park somewhere.
With the seduction roll, you are presenting an opportunity essentially for hooking up.
Yes, somewhere private.
That park is public. Please don't do that at a park.
Oh, you take all the fun out of things. Maybe.
Somewhere like a hotel even works.
Yes, I guess I will try for the hotel and hope.
Okay, hotel it is. And now your frenzy check.
Come on.
Ooh, solid. Very solid. That's a solid dice pool. It's nice when you have the willpower to be able to control yourself. That little voice that's you but not you in the back of your mind constantly the thing on your mind is, okay, when are we getting to it? When am I getting to it? When am I getting to it? When am I getting to it? When? Constant. It's hard to concentrate even sometimes with the kinds of errant thoughts that go through your mind. As you know, the vampire curse just amplifies the sadist and endless hunger that is your being now. You want nothing more than to crack them open as casually as one would a drink at a bar. But no, this is you have to pretend to be a person. You have to go through the niceties. You have to go through the small talk. You have to go through getting to know them a little bit at the very least. And then when you draw them to the hotel. Finally. Finally, you sink your fangs in, and it is delicious. Under the guise of having hooked up, you make the appropriate changes in your clothing and drink. How much are you taking?
Given the description, I think, and how close I was to losing it, he will indulge a little further than he normally does and take 3.
I'm going to roll a dice. I am not going to roll it on roll 20.
Very well.
High or low?
Hi.
You are lucky that this person kind of fits into the stereotype of people that you like. Hale and hearty, the kind of person who works out. And maybe, just maybe, is that protein shake you taste?
I hope it's strawberry.
There's certainly workout drink as a flavor on this person's blood. They work out often, and thus I'm going to say that the resonance for that specifically is going to be choleric. Let's see how strong it is.
Ooh, I've never had one.
That is not very strong at all, though. It's barely even there. He's pretty well adjusted. He's not being over ambitious. He's toning. He's not muscle mass building. He's toning. He's keeping up with the way that he looks, more than trying to gain anything. He's just pretty average. For Ophelia, let's check out a resonance for you, my friend. Since it was a client, this is probably going to be a random roll.
That's okay.
So, let's get a couple of details. Let's see what resonance number 5 is. What is resonance number 5? I never have the book open for this. 'Cause I'm a dummy. But it is kind of a light flavor. It's there, but it's not very potent at all. And so, whatever that flavor is going to be, we'll figure that out here in a bit, because we don't want to bog down the show with that. But it's slightly there. It's not too strong.
It isn't vintage. Seems this one's going to need a little work.
Yep. And then Yvette, you were also feeding tonight. Where and whom are you feeding upon? Yvette? Oh. Hey. That's 4. Roll me your resolve and awareness. Let's see if they fall in line with your tastes. Weren't able to really nail it down, so it is going to take willpower to stomach it this time around.
Will do.
All right.
But I'll take 2.
Take 2.
Coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I looked it up for you. 4 to 6 is melancholy. For
Melancholy.
resonance.
Ooh, makes sense. Because
Ironic.
Because this man is selling a home because he needs to downsize.
Mm-hmm.
Events in his life have led to a knowing tragedy. He knew his wife was going to pass away. For a while, she was sick for a while. Doesn't hurt. Doesn't take the sting away, but it makes it less potent.
Perhaps in time he will find the shoulder he needs in me.
Perhaps. But that does bring us that everyone has fed and has done their daily chores. So what do you do now?
The message to Alistair, the email.
Yes, would have arrived shortly after his encounter, or at least he would have read it shortly after his encounter with his hookup.
Ooh, I must have missed that when I was talking to someone. What was the contents? I'm sorry.
Merely asking for the time of the appointment tonight.
I would schedule that in an hour and a half or so to give me time to go talk to people.
Mr. Ball, okay? And then, so, Alistair's going to go talk to Mr. Ball, and Pax was going to have a meetup for coffee with Julian. Does Ophelia have something to occupy the next hour or so?
At the moment, let me see. What is something productive?
You could read the book I gave you.
She could. I think she's going to read the book.
Okay.
Just as a note, she keeps it. She's been keeping it on her person for safekeeping. She doesn't necessarily leave it anywhere that isn't absolutely secure.
Okay. So if she were to, say, have a lockable bedside table, she could put it in there while she rests, sort of thing. Otherwise, it's on her person, like in a purse or in a pocket or something.
Maybe perhaps she has a personal safe for her jewelry.
Makes sense. I mean, there are a number of things in your sleeping space that you absolutely adore and could not live without.
I do admit it bothers me that not everything that I cherish is something that I can simply store away well hidden, but for now, this will do.
Not everything that you cherish is wearable either.
No, certainly not.
Who knows? This might become part of the collection.
Don't tempt me.
It's my job to tempt you. So, with Ophelia doing a little bit of reading on the ghostly happenings of Austin as written by Alistair Knight, while Pax is off to visit with Julian and Alistair's off to visit with Mr. Ball, what is Yvette going to do for that sort, or an hour and a half?
Yvette at this exact time is doing the busy work. Double checking her itinerary for seeing if Miss Killinger or Mr. Pendrum are requiring her services or any of the others amongst her high society contacts. She is also making it a point if those are not required to start heading out to end up meeting with one Miss Flynn.
Miss Flynn.
See. She is a neighbor, and I have not ended up stopping to visit by in some time. I'm hesitant to do so, but this is not Paris. And
Nope,
the
far from
ministry
it.
here does not have reason to go after Yvette. Not just yet. Best to end up making sure that that small relation does not turn rocky at any moment. Complications to be avoided.
Absolutely. Don't want to make things complicated. We will take our good friend Alistair to Mr. Balls for a moment, as you have a desire to ask him some questions. So, the usual sort of rigmarole about getting in contact with him and then meeting him at his office takes place. He always makes it a point that he's available for your coterie when the time arises, as he's more or less been given charge over you all, without being such a heavy hand anyway. Kind of watching from a distance, making sure that nothing goes completely wrong. And he kind of waves at a chair in front of you and kind of sits on the opposite in the chair behind the desk and kind of crosses one leg over the other. So, Mr. Knight.
Thank you for seeing me on such short notice.
It's my pleasure. You're a very infrequent guest at my office, and, well, you know, he just kind of smiles.
I try not to be a hassle. I do come here tonight, though, to ask for guidance and possible assistance.
That is indeed my job when it comes to you and your coterie. What you need?
I am in need of making something happen, and I believe your particular skills and knowledge would be invaluable in this endeavor. What I am doing is in service to the area we live and securing friendships that are beneficial.
Aha. Beneficial friendships go a long way, that's for sure.
Yes. What I need... Is it possible to make a paper trail to make someone look like they're embezzled? That would stand up enough to discredit them.
If such a person knew a damn lot about finances. Who are you trying to make look like they're embezzling?
What was the... It's Mr. Pendragon, correct? The same
Pendrum.
politician?
Yeah.
Pendrum. Mr. Pendrum, a senator.
Ooh.
As you can see, I'm punching above my weight class with this, and you can see why I came to someone as esteemed as yourself for this.
Right. And making that paper trail credible and not fall back on you or me. That's a doozy.
I have some funds that I can have for available.
It ain't a matter about funds, kid. No, what you're essentially asking for is on the take of about what would be equivalent? How would one say it? Major boon territory. You know what boons are, kid?
Yeah.
Like,
I'm slowly
truly, do you
learning.
know what boons are?
They are a binding contract of service.
To a degree, yes.
Something that one does not take lightly, and that is the varying degrees of, well, servitude in for services rendered or things provided.
Services rendered is usually how that goes. Now, when I say major boon, usually means something like, let me just put this into perspective for you, kid. This is on the level of I'm sticking my neck way out for you if I do this. Just cards on the table.
I welcome the forthright.
That being said, if I'm sticking my neck out that far to risk getting it lopped off my shoulders, it damn well better be worth it. So
Alistair
what's
will
going to
think.
make it worth it?
Alistair will think for a moment. Since we are putting cards on the table, what I say doesn't leave between us. Because I have been known to run my mouth, and I have been making an endeavor not to do so.
Before you say anything, information is not enough. To
I
pay
will
me
tell
back
you
for
the
this,
why, and you will tell me what you need. I am sure it will be no small feat.
because when it comes to politicians,
I know
most
you're going to
people, most
kick me the
people,
hornet's nest.
kicking the hornet's nest. Yeah, that about equivocates what you're actually asking me to do. Kick the hornet's nest, especially in times like these are, because you never know if that politician's got some FBI agent riding their ass about such funds, and may come down and actually have some significant weight behind them. I've heard some really bad stories about Second Inquisition getting involved because somebody stuck their neck out too far. And that kindred usually gets their head chopped off.
That is not what I wish.
So yeah. Like, this is on that level, kid. Are you really wanting to be indebted to me for that much? Where essentially I ask you for your life.
For what I am trying to secure, I do not see another way I can do it.
So, that is going to beg the question. Whether you want to be forthcoming with me or not, that's your choice. What is it that you need, and why? And why go after a senator?
To secure the friendships that I'm seeking for the benefit of our domain. It has been asked that I try to do everything I can to get him not.
Get him not elected.
He's running for something, correct?
Yes.
What is he running for exactly?
Senator.
He's running for re-election.
No, this is a first-time election.
Oh, so he's not actually a senator right now.
Right.
Okay. That is my mistake. I thought he was already a senator.
No.
Okay. He is running for election, and I'm guessing his politics and connections go against what I am trying to secure with. But the people I'm trying to secure with is their standing.
So what you're getting at is somebody else put you up to this.
Do you want all of the cards on the table, sir?
I am tempted to say no, but you said you wanted help. I'm here to help.
You are one of the few kindred that I think are an honorable man enough, can be trusted at his word, and would not let this come between, or leave between us. I do not say this lightly. What I am doing is trying to secure a friendship with the Nosferatu.
That's not hard.
And get them to ally with Baron against possible involvement against Don Hernandez.
Against who?
Don Hernandez.
Don Hernandez. Right, yeah, because there's always been tension between the two of them, and it's kind of gotten
Worse.
worse. But earning friendship with the Nosferatu isn't on the level of interfering with a senator.
It is the one thing that they would give that is a need for them. And if I can come to the table meeting that expectation, I think it would go a long way of securing friendship.
And I think I can understand why, actually. Mr. Pendrum has been, at the city council meetings trying to get the bypass highway, get that construction finished. That's kind of been his big thing in the city lately, anyway. Aside from running a senatorial campaign to get elected for the seat in the Senate, but he's otherwise been on city council, and that's kind of been his pet project. I can understand why they would want Pendrum out of the game then. The big problem is, where are you going to get the funds to fund his opponent? You don't have to defraud the man. You just have to make his opponent more powerful. That's how the game of politics works.
Well, see, that's why I'm coming for you for advice. I know history. I know things that did happen.
And you jump immediately to game. Embezzlement and get putting the man in prison when he doesn't deserve it.
It is the one weakness of what I could find out, that I thought I could exploit.
Pendrum, for most of his career, has had a pretty clean nose. And I've been in the city long enough to know. You don't have to jump down to sending a person to jail just to get rid of them. Especially when you go on to go meddling with their personal finances. That's a little too personal touch for my taste. No, you do the sneaky thing. You do the sneaky thing by, I don't know, making sure that flyers are taken down in your domain. Or making sure that if you have the funds, make donations to the opponent. You know, using whatever false identities or whatever have you. That sort of shit. Like, you were making me think I was going to have to kill a man.
No, I am not. I honestly wasn't even thinking about sending him to prison. I just wanted enough evidence of some way to discredit him enough in the public eye that he would be seen as not worth electing. I am okay with any means to do this.
Word of mouth is probably more effective than finding evidence, and far easier, mind you, than finding or planting evidence of embezzlement. That takes the financial genius. And you're smart. I don't think you're that smart.
No. Not when it comes to money.
I didn't think so. Look, your heart's in the right place for helping the Nosferatu, wanting to help the Nosferatu. Which is absolutely understandable. Because, like they often say, is Don Hernandez has basically taken every sort of underground means of travel and finance and what have you, you know. And for people that can't necessarily be seen outside of in public, you can't be seen, you can't be heard, you can't make dead drops because somebody's going to find out about it. You can't, you know, there isn't an underground illegal thing that goes on in this city that Don Hernandez doesn't know about. Which, again, embezzlement, illegal. You're probably going to find yourself sniffing right up Don Hernandez's ass.
So I should find funds to donate to his opponent. Work on taking down any advertisements for him. Is there anything proactive else that I can do? The only other weakness I saw was he looks like a devoted family. And while I would not want to ruin his life,
I don't know that you want to go down the dark road of threatening the man.
No, I do not want to threaten him. But whiffs of a scandal, of perhaps a mistress, that is the other line of thinking that I had.
If there's no truth to it, then you're, again, gonna have to make it really plausible. That even somebody, even a nobody would believe it. Scandals happen all the time in politics. That's nothing new. To make the people care about it, that's another story.
I was thinking of trying to involve something with
With who? With what?
pictures.
Pictures. Good luck. Because, paparazzi, they don't sell their pictures for cheap. Be legit about it. You'd be surprised how far legit can actually get you. If you're patient.
Would I know how long the election has till the election?
It's about 5 or 6 months.
Okay, so it's not imminent.
No, it's not immediate.
That was a misunderstanding of my part as well. That's
No.
why I was throwing the big guns out, like, oh, we need to stop him from getting elected. That, to me, that said that shit's happening like in a couple of weeks. So that's why I went to the nuclear option of, well, let's fucking ruin this man's life. I need to learn to ask more questions.
Yeah, you do.
Hey, I'm new at the politics things. Normally I just kill dragons and shit. And apparently make my ST choke while he's drinking. Okay. Well, I will try to work on more legit ways
The legit ways to do anything. Because
Yes.
the more legit it is, the more legitimate it is, the more you're probably going to avoid Don Hernandez. He's in the criminal underworld. Sometimes we don't have to be.
ST, what would I know about his opponents with all the research that I've been doing?
In the research that you've been doing, you would find a lot of the same. Obviously, they're the opposite party. They've been running to kind of in tandem with in the amount of time that they've been running. I don't have a name or
That's fine.
or anything for the opponent, but you would know that there's a lot of the same smear campaigns from Pendrum's people. It's a lot of back and forth.
Here's where my line of thinking is.
Mm-hmm.
Is this someone that I could rally some of the campus around? Kind of like the does the opponent's politics something that I could get the kids involved in and get them out working to spread the word?
Like canvassing and phone dialing and things like that. Oh yeah, that's definitely something you could do.
Okay, because like I'm thinking like I remember like the big push like when Obama got elected of how like for the first time people like under 20 gave a shit and went out in mass.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I can rally an army like that.
Yeah, that's perfectly doable if you had the right person to be at those sort of events. A very charismatic person to be at those kind of events. More or less leading those kinds of events. And so, but it's doable. Happens all the time. Just gotta make the kids give a shit.
Okay. I think I have a plan of attack then.
Alright. Good to hear it.
Thank you for the insight, Mr. Ball.
If my heart were to beat, I probably would have had a heart attack. But thankfully not. Right?
Yes. We do not need to die again.
No, I rather like where my head's at, thanks.
Yes. I am, all the things I know of people taking power are from history, and they generally did it through less legal or subtle means. It was at the tip of a sword or the drop of a guillotine.
We're not in the medieval times anymore, son.
Yes.
The-
I need to learn the
That's-
ways of.
that's what the elder would have suggested. Lop their heads off. Be done with it.
I think I can make this work.
All right.
I'll stand up and step around the desk to shake his hand.
And he'll stand up from his seat and grab what looks like a 10-gallon hat from the side of his desk and give you a handshake.
If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to call if I can. I know we didn't make a deal and no boons were exchanged, but I do appreciate your guidance.
Kid, I look at it this way. If it hadn't have been for you coming into my office, I'd have had to kill you. Because that shit would have gone nuclear, and somebody's got to clean up that damn mess. And he puts his hat on.
That is why I always seek advice when I am out of my depth.
Good lad. That's smart. Very smart. Keep doing that.
Pax has told me I'm the dumbest smart kid she's ever met. I think she's right.
Good lad. And he he ushers you to the door.
Yeah, I will take my leave and go meet up with Ophelia.
And Mr. Ball leaves his office as well, leaving you to meet up with Ophelia.
If it's okay, can we save that for next session?
Yep. That we can definitely save for next session. Because that's...
I'll go back to the coterie house and work on my rituals, waiting for Ophelia to meet me there.
Awesome.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Sounds good. And I think we'll save Pax meeting up with Julian for next time as well. Because we are coming up on 4 hours, so I think with that, it sounds like we might have some tired people. So let's go ahead and call it a night. Thanks, guys, for playing.
Why, thank you, ST.
Of course, of course.
That's awesome. I almost gave an elder kindred a heart attack. My heart isn't even beating. I'm checking off all kinds of achievements with this character.
Yeah. About gave Mr. Ball a panic attack.
Hey, this is what happens when someone that doesn't know politics tries to do politics.
So, like, you do realize you could have spoken to Pax at any point there for that nuclear option?
Yvette has made it very clear to keep this secret. So until Yvette gives the go-ahead that this is a coterie project, Alistair is working in the dark and trying to do it on his own.
At no point has his name ever crossed Yvette's ears through this entire thing.
Nope.
Yeah, that's true.
His name's never come up to be at Yvette.
You got resources here, dude. Just got to use them.
It's all good. It's all good. It's just.
Well, that's the way. Like I
find it funny, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna laugh because I'm pretty sure Coffee's gonna run this, and I know exactly what the proper maneuver for it is, and it's gonna be freaking hilarious.
Oh no, it's going to blow up spectacularly in Alistair's face. But
Alistair's face. You just got painted the entire portrait of how dangerous it is for Yvette to be doing what she's doing. The only key difference is she's not actually trying to use it for influence. She's not trying to bend wills or anything. She's just trying to stay on the inside track. But that's her orbit.
Mm-hmm.
And you just got told how absurdly dangerous this orbit is.
Mm.
To the point where the only way Ball is going to end up at all playing is if it's a life boon. And then you're about to come in with a freaking hammer and try and wreck shop.
I never
And
claimed to
Yvette's
be
job
smart.
is stopping hammers from wrecking shop.
Look, this is why I said I'm scared. This is not my wheelhouse. I play leg breakers.
I'm looking
That's
forward to this. This
okay.
is going to be
This
amazing.
is gonna be amusing.
Yeah, it's. Yep, I hope that was
I'm hoping you never tell Yvette. I'm honestly hoping you never tell Yvette. I'm waiting for this to come around on the level. Wait, what?
It's like, where did this come from, sort of thing for
like,
Yvette.
oh, he didn't get elected. Oh, sad. Yes, I love it. I love to see it. I love that Alistair's number one option was, let's go nuclear.
Well, that's the only, like, out of all the
Fair.
information, I saw two plays of weaknesses, and he's going to, like, when I thought about it, the way he would think is throughout history, how did people take power and get people not elected? They made sure that it wasn't questionable. They went nuclear.
Or their opponent was just the superior opponent.
Yeah, well.
That's how these things usually blow over. Nobody gives a shit. It just turns out that one person gets liked more than the other. And if the one person gets more likes than the other, then that's how they get elected.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm a leg breaker. I'm used to doing that kind of
You're
stuff.
used to smashing glass.
Mm-hmm.
Smash glass in case of emergency. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. But I hope that it was an appropriate response from Mr. Ball, because he was like, you want a what?
No,
Mr.
it's
Ball's
good.
response made me laugh.
Yeah, no, that's partially the reason I went to Mr. Ball, because this is his wheelhouse. He is a Ventru. He knows this. Alistair was like, how do? This is my plan. It is a bad plan. I can recognize this, but I don't know what else to do.
See,
It's okay.
and I'm coming from an outsider perspective, knowing precisely what Mr. Ball can do.
Yes.
This is why I'm scared in this game now.
Yeah,
Because I'm the one that's making political plays, and
you are.
the fact that we ended up in that point is a travesty and a crime against someone, if not humanity.
Mm. Just the chat. But yeah, that does it for today. I'm glad you guys have enjoyed the game. So, I don't think there's any stains. Congratulations, you didn't kill anybody.
Yay!
Yay!
Hooray.
Nobody died. Fantastic.
I got a basic feeding scene that didn't end up in terrible things.
Then it's not a basic feeding scene, you doof.
No, I got a true basic feeding scene where shit happened normally.
That's just a normal feeding scene, you silly goose. It's basic when you get down to basics, like frenzy checks. Frenzying. But yeah. Who recovered willpower? Did anybody fulfill a desire?
Yes.
Yes. Get it, queen.
I recovered willpower, but I didn't spend any, so
Boo. Should have spent some.
I just need to remember.
all my dice were hunger dice.
Ah, yeah. The rolls you did make were hunger dice.
Sorry, Mox.
I was just saying, I just need to remember that there's a body in our basement.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Alistair and you have plans for that body.
Yeah. The, Mr. Barrera is still torpid.
Yeah, Mr. Barrera is about to get some stuff happening. Now that Pax is full up.
Fair enough.
It shan't go to waste.
And shan't. Whew. Well, let's talk about some experience then. Everybody gets one for showing up at the table. Congratulations.
Participation trophy.
Yay.
I lost my sacred number.
Nice. Black Wolf has the poll up, so the other experience points that our players get are decided amongst themselves between who had the best scene, who moved the plot the furthest, and who had the best line. But that last point of experience is on you, the fickle god. You can have a little bit of sway into how these monsters progress. So be sure to vote. And yes, just one. We get 8 a month in OWBN. Oh, okay. Well, because we're a once a week show, it's guaranteed that everybody's going to get 4 based on 4 weeks per month, and then the rest is based on how it is that our characters have played. So, who moved the plot the furthest?
I'm gonna give that to Alistair.
Oh,
Yeah. Me
Alistair
too.
actually tried to end up shifting a whole bunch of pieces. I want to pat the boy on the head.
Oh, pat
He's
him.
out there wheeling and dealing.
Wheeling and dealing. Pat the boy on the head.
And given
He is
given
so out of his
Alden's
depth.
heart attacks.
He is so out of his depth.
And giving an old Ancilla a heart attack. Yes, good. I guess it's unanimous for Alistair then on that one. Best scene.
I kind of liked Yvette's scene.
Which scene
The
was
one
that?
where she was with Pax.
Oh, yeah. Don't let me sway your votes. I am an impartial judge.
I mean, we had some good scenes tonight, but
There are some good ones, for sure.
I mean, I was gonna give you the best line for that scene.
No particular scene stuck out to me tonight, but I do want to give Yvette best line for "You Have a Decision" because I allow it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I love that line.
That's a good line. It's a good line. So is that the choice for the line? So who had the best scene then?
That's hard. I don't know.
I usually try not to play greedy, but I think I'm going to play greedy this time because I will also end up giving it to that entire discussion between her and Pax, especially when Yvette's kind of reminiscing of her own experience.
Her own experience, her own past,
and the bouncing back and forth. And that, if it's not going to me, it's got to go to Pax for the same reason because Pax set that scene up. Like, Yvette might have tried to drive it home, but Pax is the one who set it up.
I'll agree with the Yvette got best scene, definitely.
Yeah.
But I'd like to throw my hat in the contention for best line.
Oh.
Because it got a good laugh, and I all thought I killed Coffee for a second. I know I'm pretty, but I don't think I can wear the dress. Or pull off the dress.
It did kind of kill me.
I had a couple funny lines tonight, but Yvette definitely had the poignant one, so I can't fight anybody if they go with her, though.
Pax has called me the stupidest smart person she's ever met. That's one of my
Yeah,
favorites too.
That was another one. I didn't like either one. Like, I'll throw those up for. Yeah, I'm the dumbest smart person she's ever met, and I think she's right.
Yeah. No, I think Yvette still wins it for me
Okay.
because
Oh,
like
yeah.
that line is
You
going
have
to
a
have
choice because I
far-reaching
allow it.
consequences.
Yep. Yep.
That line is going to have some pretty far-reaching consequences.
Oh yeah. It's
Like I said, I can't fault anybody.
It's poignant because of the whole Ventru thing. Ventru, especially in an anarch situation, let things happen. They don't have to. They don't have to. They certainly don't have to. Jacques certainly didn't in Paris. He didn't. He had complete control over his thralls and everything else.
The only thing I thought about through that whole conversation was, no, Yvette, please don't try to bring Alistair to heal. I'm actually enjoying playing him tonight, and I don't want him to die because he definitely won't heal. He's too headstrong and stupid to heal.
What is his resolve? Is he even that stubborn? Or is he average stubborn?
His resolve is actually 3 dots.
Yeah, so he's a little bit more stubborn than usual.
Only because I thought he would have been like, it was either 4 dot intelligence or 4 dot resolve, and I figured intelligence because of his background.
Yeah. Makes sense. Oh, pardon me. Well, the poll's still going, everybody. And so you get to decide who out of all of our 4 players was your favorite for tonight. So, yeah. So I think that the line goes to Yvette and the scene went to Yvette.
Yeah,
Yes.
I believe so.
Once I played Grady, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get it.
Well, when you get down into a scene and like get into character, it's usually good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the only reason I even threw my hat in for lines is because I don't get zingers that fucking kill the ST very often.
No, that's true. That's true.
But yeah, Alistair's resolve is probably the only reason he made it through his childhood. So
Well,
thank you guys for a great game.
Now yawning cat. Yes. I.
Yawning cat.
Yeah, it's contagious even from letters.
It made you think about it.
I'm having caffeinated water, so I shouldn't be yawning. But I'm glad you guys.
You know that doesn't work on people like us most of the time, right?
What, caffeine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can mainline coffee all night and still go to sleep.
No, I'm not that. I'm not that. Insensitive to it. For me, if I have a cup of coffee at the end of the day, like past 5 o'clock, I will not sleep. Anything else caffeinated? Nah.
Like, I found this out in the fire department. Anything short of like dangerous amounts of like espresso or something, like super concentrated shit,
Doesn't work for you.
nope. Like, I found that out when we were when I worked at the Renaissance Fair. They would see me coming and they would make me a cup of espresso instead of a cup
Black
of
Wolf,
coffee.
that's because you're sugar crashing.
Fair.
That's because you're sugar
You know what the
crashing.
worst part is? They were completely out of Coke Zero, so I had to pick up these tiny bottles.
Oh,
Which, you know, like,
it's still
Just
legal.
enough to
Like the
piss you off?
16 ounce or like half liters,
these are 300 milliliter.
300 mils. Wow.
Like, I feel like I've been doing shooters all night.
What is this? A Coke for ants?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a 1 liter of water and I'm barely through it, so. Well, I'm almost through it, so. But a 300 ml Coke, man, that's small. That's teeny. That's a third of this.
Every morning at the Ren Fair, me and the King would go for espresso.
Espresso, nice. 'Cause, 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 ' I do like espresso. I like caramel macchiatos. So I get pretty sweet when it comes to my coffee. So I will not do espresso without cream and sugar of some kind. The poll is almost over, and it looks like Alistair so far has the lead for audience's favorite tonight. So,
Go.
yeah.
They tolerate me. They really tolerate me.
Yeah, they do. With Ophelia at a close second.
Give me a participation trophy.
give Spectre the participation trophy.
You got the participation trophy. That was the first experience
Yeah,
dealt
it's
out.
true. It's true. Well, I'm glad that you guys.
You got it last week. God damn it.
You have a point. You have a point.
Yes, you showed up last week and we barely did anything for you. I'm sorry. Yep. And Alistair, you get the lovely audience experience. The fickle god known as Ravenstar submitted 5,000 channel points towards it and made that a reality. So
Excellent.
Thank you guys
Thank
so
you,
much.
Raven.
Thank you guys so much for playing and for watching out there in the audience. If you're not following or subscribed, well, if you're not following, do that. It's free. You should do that, and you get 5 free emotes. Or 4. I forget how many I have actually posted for follower emotes, but you get follower emotes, and then there's always the option to support the channel with subscriptions, because every little bit helps. And so we definitely appreciate everybody who supports the channel. Raids, with sharing, with subscriptions and things like that, because all of it makes a difference. And so thank you guys, all of you out there who have done so and continue to do so, because we wouldn't be here without you guys. And if you're on YouTube and you're not following us on Twitch, you should, at twitch.tv/coffeecatpresents. And if you're on Twitch, you should check out YouTube, because that is also where we post all of the VODs for the games, so that you can go back and watch even previous campaigns at your leisure, because I have all of them posted. So you should check that out.
Become part of the end jokes.
Yes, become part of the end jokes, because we have some that have persisted since the first campaign we've done on this channel. And so
What is yeet?
I have an emote for that. I have an emote for that.
What is IKEA, and how can I use it to crush my enemies?
Even Fat Guy knows the memes, and he's not actually watched the full series.
They're just too good to ever forget.
It's true. There have been some strong narrative choices in all of the campaigns that we've done on this channel. So, yeah, it's we post a lot of things on YouTube, from previous campaigns, Rebirth, which usually airs on Thursdays, and of course here with Austin by Starlight, which we do on Wednesdays at 10 o'clock Central Time, p.m. Central Time, on here on Twitch. So if you want to watch live and you're here on YouTube for whatever reason, and you've magically found us through whatever algorithm you're looking at, definitely give us a check out here on Twitch, because we do all the live stuff, and we do sometimes, rarely, but sometimes interact with chat, to kind of liven things up and everything. So, but with all of that being said, thank you guys again so much for watching, and say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
I'm a pretty little prince.
Damn it, Fat Guy.